Howdy, folks. Sorry about that. That was some weird glitchiness going on. I went to the Watchtower YouTube channel to like double check that I'm live, like I always do, and for some reason it started playing a clip from the Superman the Animated Series video that I did last year, and that wasn't up on the page at all. It was just my voice suddenly saying part of the video. And then I closed that tab entirely, and then I heard that clip repeat on on OBS on the streaming software. And then when I went to switch scenes, the music didn't start, so I switched the scene back, and then the music started from that scene. There was just a lot of weird stuff going on just now, and I can't explain why. So hopefully we get through today without much error. I'm not sure what that was, but hi. Welcome back. I'm doing another day of streaming. We'll see how long this goes. My son, my 1-year-old son, he is just off camera here watching me over a gate. You'll probably hear him screaming. Hello, mister. How are you doing? You got a cookie? Good. Okay. He does, though. He's got a cookie. I've got him here on the monitor to watch him, so if something happens, I'll have to pause and stuff, but I can watch him watching Sesame Street out in the living room, or he can come around the corner and eat a cookie and watch me stream. Either way, I'll be keeping an eye on him and have to pause if something goes up or down or in or whatever. You know what I'm saying. But yesterday we were working on the... Let me get to a spot where there's no spoilers on screen. I was really worried a second ago that you guys were just staring at one, but I realized that I didn't have it on this screen right here. So yesterday we were working on this animated version of the DC Films intro, and isn't James like 6? I'm 6'2". 6'2". I'm not that tall. I wish I was 6'6". Maybe I don't. Anyway, we were working on this animated version of the DC Films intro. We got most of the way through the characters. We got Superman done. Those not familiar or less familiar, it originally looks like this kind of CG Gumby-ish version. But we're changing it into drawings by our guy Marcelo, who does artwork for the Legacies of the DCAU webcomic. Transforming it into this animated version, and we got pretty far on it last night. So what I'm hoping to do is at least get Wonder Woman and Batman's animations done so that all the character animations are done, and all I have left to do is this big group shot into the logo here at the end, because that one will take some time placing all the characters and also doing this 3D camera zoom and transform and lighting effects and all this stuff. So I think I'm probably just going to start with Wonder Woman. Hers, I think, will be one of the easier animations, though I'm going to have to do hand-animated keyframes for this lasso, which I think I'm just going to do as just a shape layer. I'm not going to try to do like 3D depth with it necessarily, but we'll figure that out as we go. So yeah, so I have the drawings. Just real quick, just like I did yesterday, I'm going to switch over to this screen whenever I add a new character drawing in, so that you are safe from spoilers, because there's story finale spoilers in the folders and file names and stuff like that. Don't look. So here we go. We have the Wonder Woman art. I'm going to turn off the background. Hey, Nick Sorensen, everybody from yesterday. Emmy's here. Hello. How dare you compete with me, Majority Report? Oh, with the Majority. Yeah. There were a couple of Majority Report people in here yesterday, so that must have been happening then too. I don't know. I just go live sometimes. Leave me alone. Yep. Hi. Okay, so we have this Wonder Woman drawing. I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to try my best to talk through everything I'm doing. Occasionally I kind of just get into a zone, auto zone, you know, and just kind of start working without realizing that I haven't talked for a while. So apologies if that happens, but feel free to talk to me in the chat. I'll be checking every once in a while. If you send a super chat, I will hear it in my bat ears. They send a radio signal. Ears are too long and I miss the cape, but, you know, not too shabby. Ben Freeman. Hi. Hi. All right, so we have the Wonder Woman animation. I'm going to change the comp size to what we have for the rest of it. It's going to look really out of proportion, but we will fix that here in a second. Drag down into here so we can line up the thing, and I want to find where the Wonder Woman part starts and stops. I guess I can play for you guys real quick the what we have so far, the full thing, just so you can get an idea of what else remains here. So I'll turn off the stuff. Here we go, I think. No, I thought I turned it on. There we go. Huzzah! Looking pretty good. Turning out pretty good so far. I think my favorite part still is the John Jones part. I watched what I showed of the end of this on the stream last night. I watched that part like repeatedly. Went on a walk after the stream last night and just kind of looped that over and over again, just checking for things, but also just anytime that I make something cool. Or a new video even, I just like to watch it over and over again as a pride thing. I think I was thinking about how Jean's background is the Justice League Unlimited watchtower, and yet we were having conversations yesterday in the chat about how like continuity-wise, this intro must be taking place in Justice League Season 2 because Superman does not have his cheekbones, but Hawkgirl has her costume and Green Lantern has his Justice League haircut here. But I've already... I think my excuse for why there's the Justice League Unlimited Watchtower and also the Flash, it looked way cooler to add these lightning effects than to not have them. I think my excuse for that is just going to be that I'm aware... I know what I'm doing versus, you know, if someone else made this, perhaps they would not be aware that there were little continuity issues. But also it doesn't matter. This is not like a real, you know, adventure of the Justice League that's happening. This is just some fancy images going by. But anyway, I'll turn the background music back on. Yesterday, I think we had an issue whenever I turned, I left the desktop audio on for the little outro dealio, and you guys were kind of hearing an echo with it, so I'll do my best not to let that happen today. I can't hear that when that happens, but you guys could. But anyway, back to Wonder Woman. I'll go ahead and close all these other ones, and we'll come back into them if we need to copy effects and things like that. Let's see. Jay's Reviews is also 6'2", and Maddie's 6'3". What is it about DCAU content that attracts so many tall guys? I didn't know that Jay was that tall, actually, but that makes sense. I can see it. How dare you compete? Oh, that was already there. I had to miss the AMA from yesterday. So, hi, Zach. Yeah, I mean, in terms of AMA-ness of this, we're just kind of hanging out, and if you have any questions for me or want to chat about whatever, I'm happy to do it. Love the ears. Thank you. They were custom made. I'm still getting used to them. A little bit longer than I anticipated them being, but I think they're growing on me. Hey. Lex Luthor is basically Iron Man for the DCAU. Yeah, I guess so, except that he never learned. Well, by the end of the show, I suppose he kind of redeems himself, but I wouldn't say that he's like a hero. He's definitely a pretty rotten dude. That's like considering the JL intro canon. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, yeah, it's just the superheroes standing in the places looking cool. So yeah, let me find. Okay, so here's where our Wonder Woman segment starts. It's the first frame where the lasso comes in, and I believe that's where I have the Superman. Yeah, so if we turn the Superman layer off, you can see that there's this big lens flare that starts to fill the whole screen, but by the time that it does, the lasso has come over the top there. So I know I'm going to have to do a similar thing we did with the Flash yesterday, where I split the layer up into being like the light's going to fill the Superman screen as it does, but right about here you can still see, like, you can see Superman's cape there in the bottom right, and as soon as we get to this frame, that's the last you see of the cape, and then that's gone. So I'll have him sort of fade out while another lens flare from Wonder Woman's, or maybe I'll copy the Superman lens flare. We'll see what happens. But then Wonder Woman's goes all the way through. I'll turn off the Hawk Girl layer also. Wonder Woman's goes all the way through the lasso, swooping and revealing the Aquaman, which we've now made Hawk Girl. It's kind of funny going through the original frame by frame to do these things, because you start to notice like little weird errors that they didn't catch or something. So for instance, the lasso here, I think the intention was for it starting right here in the bottom right corner for it to just wipe upward and past, but instead it kind of like whips in a weird way, and right at this frame it's like clipping past the camera. So like depth wise you only see that much of the lasso, and then in the next frame it's fixed because it's farther away from the camera. I hope that makes any sense, but it's funny to me that it probably was like, oh God, we need to get this done. Just go. It doesn't matter, kind of a thing. Or just nobody noticed it. I don't know. But the same thing was happening with, I'll turn the Superman and Hawk Girl back on. There was something else like that. I'm trying to remember what it was. I can't remember. There was something else that was funny to me in a similar way of just like, oh, I don't think anybody noticed that. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Always found it hilarious how often Lex Luthor saves the world. Yeah, I guess by the end of things. So let me go all the way to the final frame of the lasso whipping across the screen. That is where we're going to stop right there. Right there. Okay. It's worth mentioning, I suppose, I didn't mention this yesterday, but the video that I have of the original intro is a pretty low resolution, like YouTube download. Like this, like you can see a lot of artifacting and stuff going on. But it was like the only YouTube upload of the full intro. There's like a shorter version where all these animations happen faster, and at first I thought that it was the same animations but just edited to be quicker, you know, just sped up or whatever, but they're actually very slightly different animations for the shorter version. Like Superman does a slightly different body movement, Batman is in a different place on screen when he throws a batarang, that kind of stuff. But we're doing the full length version because why not? It's cooler that way. He could have me killed today at 3 o'clock. I hope not. Luthor, having been a bad guy for most of DC, made a sacrifice and destroyed from Miller. Easy to accept that Iron Man is an endgame. Yeah, I guess if you mean easy to accept, or by that if you mean like didn't make you bawl like a baby, then yeah, I can see that. Did we have one more frame of the lasso? No, that was right. Okay, just checking. Although maybe I will make it just one frame. Come on, can I undo? Uh-oh. Have I killed it? Oh, there we go. Okay, to add one more frame of the lasso at the start, because I want this to start off screen and end off screen to do the animation properly. Okay. Okie doke. So now we have our Wonder Woman art on top of the original. Excited for Batman and Wonder Woman today. Yesterday's stream was delightful. That's good. I was worried that a 7-hour stream of me working on special effects was going to be kind of boring. And maybe it was sometimes, but you know. That's okay. Little boy is sitting on the couch watching Sesame Street, having a good old time. So let's take a look at the original animation. I'm going to ignore the lasso for now because I'm going to hand animate that. So Wonder Woman comes in from the bottom right corner, slows down in the center, and stays in the center. Yeah, she doesn't move after that. She does a little bit of crouching, but we'll do that separate. So, okay. So where is the frame where she stops, the camera stops moving? Right about here. So I'm going to make the Wonder Woman layer 3D, make a new camera. Hang on a second. Why can't I change the volume here? Sorry, I'm trying to change the volume of the background music. I feel like it's a little bit quiet. I think that's better. I don't know. Okie dokie. Zoom the camera out until Wonder Woman is lined up with herself. Scoot this around a little bit. Okay, that's pretty close. The shield that Wonder Woman has in this is from Justice League Unlimited. It was definitely a discussion with me and Marcelo, the guy who drew this, because she, like, the original animation here has Wonder Woman has like a cape and a shield, and I was like, oh, the two things about her that they didn't add to her character in Fatal 5. There's no sword in this, so we debated, like, oh, should we add the sword instead as, like, a reference to the shield being there in this one, but then no, what's her other arm going to be doing? So it's a little bit not in continuity or whatever. But in the Justice League Unlimited episode, The Balance, we get a quick look at, I wonder if there will be a shot of it on here. It's right after Hermes comes to Wonder Woman, and she's like, oh, I guess I gotta go fight in Tartarus. She has like a wall of swords and stuff like that, and this is the shield from that wall. I don't appear to have... There's not a screenshot of that on there, so I will instead bring up the episode real quick. just so you can see the comparison. My gosh. Am I wrong about the season? Oh, there we go. I'm like, am I crazy? Okay. So it's right after Hermes leaves here. One room's like, And then we have this wall of like weaponry. And of course, in the painting version of the shield here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dots, 8 bolts or whatever. And then when she picks it up off the wall, there's only 6. So, you know, went with the more painterly version just so that there was... but this is the shield. Of course, the sword she goes to grab is also not the sword from Fatal 5. But whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Who cares? James, you'd be surprised what sort of things people will tune in to watch you do. Was he ever seen again in the official canon? Oh, Lex Luthor? He was in the Earth 12 Batman Beyond era comics, but he did not... I don't think he actually... Well, no, he did come back as an actual guy in Superman Beyond, and then in a different Superman Beyond issue, I think he's a hologram of his modern-day self. But yeah, there's no real explanation of why he's not in the source wall or whatever. I think I recalled seeing that shield. Yeah. I hear a certain British actor will be playing Superman again. That's the rumor. We haven't heard anything. There was no Comic-Con announcement or anything. But, you know, yeah, Fatal 5 sword is a gift from Bruce. Yeah, probably from his sword collection in his Silicon Soul. Okay, so the camera does still move a little bit here, so I'm gonna have it move just a little bit. This is gonna be interesting once we add the lasso in and stuff, but we'll make it work. Okay, so we have that little bit of camera motion. If you weren't here yesterday, we also have the shield, the body, and the arm. That since they all move independently in the original animation, they're all on separate layers so that we can rotate them and do whatever we need to do, which is great. So right, where does she start coming in? Right there. This frame here. Okay, so right here, she needs to be off screen completely. So definitely closer camera and probably down like here and don't want her to distort too much, but over here. Okay, let's see how that lines up. It's not going to be exactly right, but I also can do this. She moves a little faster. Oh god, I hate that. The sound was on. Ugh. I hate the way that this, the 3D camera movement, we were experiencing this yesterday too, where it just like, I can't explain it. It, likes to just bounce around for some reason instead of smoothly moving. I think maybe this just needs to be back a little bit more. And then position needs to Bezier, right? orientation we didn't do anything with. So let's see what that, how that, God, stop having the sound on. Having some issues. I really don't understand why that happens. Trying to line things up as close as we can with the original. Doesn't have to be exact because that's not what we've been doing this whole time. Is I guess maybe I could move those a little bit. As long as it's pretty dang close, that's all I care about. If I turn off the background, I'm like, just what does that look like? Okay. I think the velocity needs to be faster at the start. Maybe I did that wrong. I haven't quite gotten the hang of what these do. Hey Batgirl fangirl, how's it going? Thank you. I like the bat ears are coming together. James with bat ears gives me heavy Silent Bob Bluntman vibes. Good. That's appropriate. When the choice must be made between painting and animation cell, would one be more canon than the other in tiers of animation errors? That's a good question. I don't think we've had that conversation. I would personally probably say the animation cell takes priority, but I liked the look of the shield with more than, or like more bolts than fewer, whatever you call those. They're not bolts, but rivets? Is that what they're called? I don't know. Does Maddie still plan on doing a stream where he teaches us mystery method? First of all, they, them for Maddie, just so you know. I don't know what mystery method is, but maybe, I don't know. Maddie has been doing very few streams. I mean, I'm not one to talk, but hopefully they'll be starting up. I think they want to start doing more. How are you, Batgirl? Yes, Batgirl is good. Yeah, Warner Brothers Discovery, WBD, whenever they announced that, we were like, oh, great. Yeah, the intro ain't canon anyway. Okay, continuing to, so I'm just trying to decide, like, I really don't quite understand incoming velocity. That feels like it's slower. I don't really know. How about I Google this? After Effects keyframe incoming velocity. What does it mean? Enter values for speed, for incoming, outgoing velocity. Enter value for influence to specify the amount of influence toward the previous keyframe or the next keyframe. Let's just watch this little video here.
Hi class, I'm going to show you how to manipulate the size of the box, and also with that how to manipulate the velocity of the speed in which the box appears.
Okay.
So with the box selected, you'll see this link right here. I want you to unlink it. It means you're unconstraining the proportion center. We are
skip to the part where they talk about the velocity.
Hover over and right click and then go to keyframe velocity. And then I'm going to change these dimensions to 77. Let's click on one. And then let's preview that.
Okay, so it seems to be a select everything sort of deal rather than just one or the other. So let's see what that did. I don't even know if it did anything. Kind of jumped around weirdly.
That. Right click to highlight all. I want to make it a little bit smoother, so I'm going to actually highlight all of the keyframes, hover over one, and right click, and then go to.
Yeah, so he does it with all of the keyframes. I guess I'll just select all the keyframes. I'll just try what he did. 77 on both. Let's see what that does. Well, okay, first he had them all as linear. And then he did velocity. So let me make sure this is what I think is going to happen. Yeah, so it's very stiff and bad. Let's do 77 on both like he did. See what happens. Okay, so maybe it's a case of having to do it to either like point of interest and position separately. Let's try that. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, so definitely don't need to have it be that intense. But let's try like 40. Okay, I don't hate that. Does Maddie mind if we call them a dude and a gender? I honestly don't know. They've mentioned like if you have to ask, probably not. Batgirl, guess who my favorite character from DC comic book? I don't know. I know bro is off the table. It's a personal preference per person, so it's just ask Maddie. I'm not Maddie, and don't ask me. I believe they said they were against. Yeah, heard Ted's hamburger business isn't doing so well. Let's raise my support. Okay, all right. Coming to live, Mexican Tale. I'm here with Batgirl, and I will destroy her in her Batgirl cave. All right. Dr. Manhattan Ted is a perfect pun. Yes, thank you. I can't remember who came up with that one. It might have been Maddie. Don't remember for sure. I think what might help with this here at the end is to move this just a little bit. so that that continues to move that direction. Just might be better on my eyeballs. No, maybe not. That's worse. It like stops and then goes that way. All right, forget that. I just have to make sure I have this exactly how I want it before I start animating the lasso, because that's going to be locked into, like, I'm not going to be able to change that afterward. Let's try 50-50. See if that makes a difference. I bet this will look better if I turn on motion blur also. Okay, I'm pretty good with that. And I think with the lasso moving, her arm moving, that kind of stuff, that'll look good. Okay, I'll turn off motion blur for now. I used to be a perfectionist in my editing as well as a hobbyist. Yeah, I mean, that's not to sound like arrogant, but that's the only reason why the Watchtower videos look as good as they do. Is because those of us working on them are always trying to make sure down to every word in the script, down to every frame of the video is exactly what we want it to be. It honestly bugs me when I watch YouTube channels that are, you can tell, aren't putting as much effort into that sort of thing and still get wildly higher views than we do. But it's kind of a point of pride for myself, and I think everyone else on the channel, that regardless of the view count, the video is something we put out that we are proud of and want our names attached to and all that sort of good stuff. So I think it is worthwhile. Robbed the money and robbed the jewelry store in Gotham City Bank. Have you seen the trailer for the new Super Sons movie? Yes, I have. I was about to say no, but no, I definitely have. I hate that in between CGI animation style. Just draw it or make it Jimmy Neutron, one of the two. I just don't understand why anyone does. I'm not a fan of that art style. But other than that, it looks very good. Is it hard being so handsome and talented? Oh, no, it's pretty easy. Dr. Doom, the worst villain. Mystery method's only as strong as the person who uses it. Sure. Production value here is unrivaled compared to other streams of his. Oh, thanks. I try to also, yeah, it's with this even. Just being here on the Watchtower. Got all these cool glows and things going on. I want you to feel like you're here on the Watchtower. All right, how is this lining up with the original? It's not perfect. It's actually, maybe we could move this back to like closer to the start. But again, it doesn't have to be exactly right. I'm just gonna move these around and see if we can line that up a little bit better with the original. Because I am gonna have to basically trace over the lasso. Okay, it's pretty good. So with her arm, we have it kind of farther down to start and then rotating upward and back over the course of the whole thing. So right about here is where Marcelo drew the shape of the arm. So I'm gonna do a keyframe here. Make sure I get the rotation anchored to the shoulder. Put a position rotation keyframe here. Just rotate it a bit. See if we wind up with roughly the same spot there by the end. And it does go back, but I'm looking at the rotation first. Okay, and it's not going to be as easy to tell where it starts, so I'm just going to kind of bring it down a little bit. Bring this outward a little, and then by the end here, back farther. So we should have an okay animation of the arm. There might be a little bump in the middle. Nope, can't really tell that there's a bump there, so that's good. I mean, if I'm looking for it, I can right there. I'll see if I can smooth that out. Yeah, cool. I will move this up a little bit. I feel like that looks a little weird. Okay, yeah, go for it, Ted. I'm not sure what that is or what's going on, but good modding. Thank you for modding. Hello, Polka Dot. Welcome back. With even more conspiracies about Barry Allen, yes. I wouldn't expect anything less. Okay, so we have that arm movement. Then we also have like a crouch kind of deal going on. And then the shield, of course, moving. Might have to alter the arm movement after I mess with the body crouch, but we'll find out here in a second. Put these pins here. Actually, I shouldn't do that first one. I should probably just do them here, here, and here. And over the course of the whole thing, she just kind of sits a little bit. Not a ton, just a little bit. Okay, and then the arm behind, I am going to move back down some so it doesn't look quite as odd. So we now have the crouching and the arm motion. And you can see the leg a little bit down here is popping out of the frame, but I don't think you'll see that on the one that we are doing all the effects and stuff too. Yeah, I suppose he would. Barton sisters, I suppose so. I don't know. And then also this is the original animation. The shield is almost all the way, and it's basically sideways at the start. So we'll see how far we can get with that before it looks weird. So here at the end, I'm gonna make the shield a 3D layer so that we can rotate it. Hello? Why are you not rotating? That's odd. What does this mean? This little thing. Weird. Let me try this first. Okay, that was weird. Okay, we need to move the anchor point to right here in the center. Oops, God. Speed of computer sometimes not keeping up, doing the stream and After Effects at the same time. Have you played it with the music yet today? Sorry, I only just arrived. I played it once at the start, but that's okay. I'll play it again in a little bit. So, orientation, want it to be about here by the end. And then at the start, see how far we can go before it starts looking weird. We might not be able to go super far with it because it is a 2D object. That doesn't look terrible though. Like, it conveys the same idea as the original. She's of course moving the shield. Like, that doesn't look too bad. Because you go any farther with it, you should start seeing like this front, the center, you know, bulging out more than... So I wonder, now that I'm saying that, I wonder if I can add kind of a warp to it that'll help with that. I mean, not really. It's not really doing what I was expecting it to do. Like, it's kind of just warping those, yeah, I'm not going to worry about it, I don't think. Unless I just need it to be only a little bit or something. I guess that gonna look really weird. I feel like it's just weird that the little rivets kind of move. Last stream I fell asleep at the 34-minute mark. 5 hours and 3 minutes. I mean, you'll just see some extra stuff. Is this how you did the BVS trailer from one from 6 years back? Actually, no. This is a very different method. Actually, kind of like what this is doing. It's giving a little bit more depth to things. This is very different from what I did for that. Luckily, the original Batman vs. Superman trailer, teaser trailer, had a lot of just still shots. A lot of just like Batman or Superman or another character just standing there looking at the camera and not much is happening. So I could just do one drawing and then kind of, you know, animate some rain or particles or whatever over the top, and that would be the whole shot. But the ones where like Superman's lifting up the rocket, I just found a shot of him lifting something from an episode. I think it's from Father's Day. I think it's him lifting a rock off of his dad, Jonathan Kent, and I just traced over that in Photoshop per frame. I didn't know. I had no experience doing any of this sort of animation thing at that time, so I was kind of just teaching myself how to do any of it. But with the like Legacies trailer, that's all in After Effects, all just color masks and stuff. I have still yet to do a project. I want to at some point, but I want to do a project. I haven't done a project yet where the whole thing is like traditionally hand animated. That's just not something that I've been able to successfully do before I get worn out by the idea and just stop doing it. I did that for, like, Adam and I were working years ago on a sort of like fan trailer for DCEU stuff where I was just taking like pseudo iconic shots from Batman vs Superman and Justice League and stuff. And I don't think Justice League had even come out yet. I think it was still the trailer for Justice League. But animating the, like the shot of Aquaman slow motion, he's standing on the end of the dock and all the water's flying past his face. I think that made it into, I think that was in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but it didn't make it into the theatrical. But I had animated that with like Justice League animated Aquaman and stuff. But some of the shots were just, I wonder if I still have that and I could show it here maybe. But yeah, I know. Adam really wanted me to just upload it as is and just be like, hey, look at this unfinished thing. But I also I don't want it to necessarily be out there unless it's done. But maybe I'll show you in a sec. I didn't animate the water yet. I don't think I got that. Or maybe I did. I don't remember how far I got on that shot. I might have just put it over the top of the original. I can't remember. Use the statue method from the Batman Beyond intro. Yeah, basically. There's many, cheat codes, but I found out I have a weird DCAU book which includes Cyborg, Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, and classic Aquaman, Hal the Beard. Yeah, again, one of those many capstone books, I'm sure. Yeah, it was a lot of potential work. That's what gets me stuck pretty much every time I do something. I start something like that. Like we've had several ideas over the years to do animated videos, and it's just so much work. But it's one of those things where it took me a full week of doing nothing but working on the video to do that Batman v Superman teaser back in the day. And I watch it now and I'm so disappointed at most of it. But it's one of the 2 videos I've made that's past 1 million views. So it's not like I shouldn't be proud of it or anything, but it was a lot of work. And so doing something like that, I have to be super confident that I can do it. Maybe now that once the story finale is over and we're back to our put out a video when a video is done instead of weekly videos, maybe I'll have more time to experiment with that sort of stuff. But for now, it's not necessarily something I want to tackle right this second. When are you guys going to interview Julia Cato, boys? Are you the person that posts the spinning drawings on Twitter? If so, cool. Hi, how's it going? Maybe someday, when we got that interview with the actor that does Emmylou Brown's voice, I'm forgetting her name right now. I'm so sorry if you happen to be watching this for some reason. No, Dina Sherman. That was a fluke, just out of nowhere. Yeah, let's do it. Julia does seem to be pretty receptive to your art on Twitter, so I think that it might be easy to contact her. But again, she's a very, very low on the priority list. We have several interviews lined up with cast and crew that we haven't talked to yet that are going to be really fun. This is what you mentioned you were working on. Yes. Hello, Anthony. How's it going? Yeah, I'm going to be working on this, hopefully finishing at least Wonder Woman, if not Batman, also today. That's what I was going to do, was check if her hair moves. I don't think so. Not really, which is good. Because it means I don't have to figure out how I'm going to do that. So, okay. I think we have the body animation down. So now if I turn off this, we have the camera motion and her body motion locked in. So now all I got to do is tweak the colors and add the lasso before we start doing all of our filters and things. A good book for learning professional hand-drawn animation would be The Animator Survival Kit from Richard Williams. My art class back in school had that book. That sounds familiar. So either I also took an art class with that book, or I've seen or heard of it otherwise. But good to know. I remember that interview, Dina Sherman. That was a surprise. Yeah. Yes, sometimes. I think it's more than sometimes that you post this, but it's all good. It's always kind of funny to see those pop up. Okay, so we have Wonder Woman. I'm going to turn on the motion blur just to check that this is looking good for the speed and velocity and everything that I want it to be moving at. And the computer fans kick in hardcore. You could make the torso twist. I'm noticing a bit of movement in the DC official intro. Okay, let's see. Well, I did do a bit of her like kind of sitting down. She does a little bit of a squat. Let's watch the original. So I guess, yeah, right in here, the abs area, you can kind of see twisting a little bit, but that's getting down to like very nitty-gritty 3D movement that I haven't done with most of the rest of the characters. So I'm pretty good with this, with the way that she's just very lightly squatting as she does the rest of the movement. So, okay. Now I'm going to have to figure out, yeah, Bob Ross is a good art resource for sure. Oh yeah, Adam linked in the chat to the music file for that animated DCEU thing I was talking about. Let me see if I can just find that real quick. I'll just show it here on the thing if I've got it in here. Although it might be on... Oh no, here we go, I think. Yeah, okay. Let me, I think this is the most recent version of it. Again, if you're just joining, this is not something I'm currently working on or may ever finish, but it is a thing that Adam and I started working on a while ago that I did a few shots for, and then just kind of lost interest, lost momentum, but here it is.
Not bad.
Time to finish this!
Now, let's see what you got. Don't make me hurt you.
So imagine all of that animated instead of the original clips was the idea. Of course, my stupid nostalgia-driven brain, I'm getting goosebumps watching that going, oh man, should really finish that. That was a preview from 2017, February 2017. That's the most recent version of that video. Part of a several project idea long list of. Okay, we got to capitalize on the Batman v Superman animated trailer doing so well. We got to do another animated video kind of a thing. I feel like if I was gonna, I mean, like I like the clip selection, but that's clips from Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, the Justice League trailer, and the Suicide Squad trailer, because there was like I don't think the latter two were out yet, so there's nothing from any of the other movies after that. I feel like if we were gonna, I mean, maybe it could work well as like a Snyderverse thing or something. But I feel like I would choose different clips in that case. And of course, I could just choose different clips for the ones that I haven't animated yet. I'm gonna watch that again, and then I'm gonna. He's fine. He's just being stressed out. And watch it again, and then I'm gonna never watch it for 5 more years. Cape blowing would be there.
Not bad.
Time to finish this!
Now, let's see what you got.
Don't make me hurt you.
So watching that again, it's kind of funny. First of all, I feel like if I was going to finish that, I would redo like half of the ones I've already drawn. All of those animated portions were drawn on paper and then scanned in. So this is like pencil art. At my previous job, anyone that listens to the Jump on the Batwagon podcast, we jokingly call that job Big Bus. This is where Brian and I met, and I would have a lot of free time in that job, and I would just sit there and draw Legacies issues or other artwork and stuff. And so like this is just one drawing I did. I think I did like I guess I did several. So you can see like frame by frame there is Superman's eyelids like closing here. Those are all separate drawings of eyes that I did. I think I drew Superman without his eyes, and that's the main face, and then you got several different eyes. Like I'm doing this like fully like traditional animation. Same with the Flash here, especially like that's one drawing that I just animated the eyeballs, but this shot here there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames of him turning toward the camera, and a lot of these just mouth movements that were easy. I focused on those ones first. I'm using a lot of the same techniques in this though that I would have that I'm using in the current video we're working on, where like we're using a lot of the same blending methods and coloring methods and things like that, because that still works well. I think these are all stock images that I put that were close enough to the backgrounds from the original things. But some of these shots look pretty good. Like I like the way this Killer Croc looks, but I especially like this shot of Bruce. The lines are way too thick on Thomas's face there. And then where was it? There was a shot of the Justice League stand. This is that Aquaman shot I was talking about. Where'd it go? This one. I guess I did add in the water. But the shot of the Justice League here, not really happy with the proportions on any of them. I think I would draw all three of these guys. Superman looks pretty okay, but this was like, I've been drawing this stuff for my whole life pretty much, but the Legacies comic when we started it was like a eye-opening experience for me of like, oh, I'm not really like that good at this. Like I really need to practice. And by drawing many issues of the Legacies comic, I feel a lot better now about my skill level with this art style, where I look at this now and, you know, it looks pretty good, but there's a lot that I would do differently now. But as you can see, I'm doing a lot of the same kind of, like, you know, Wonder Woman crouching there at the end. And then all the voice clips were like from video games and things that these voice actors were in. But yeah, anyway, that's not what we're working on. I just figured I'd show. The goal is to animate over each of them. I just never got around to finishing that whole shebang because there was a lot to do. And like I said, if I finished it now, I'd probably choose some different shots than, you know, there's so many Suicide Squad shots in there. That was the problem with Justice League and Suicide Squad. The trailers made them both look pretty dang good, and then they pretty dang weren't. I'm not really good at this, I know the feeling. Well, I mean, it just takes time, practice. But it works out. I've heard of rather large bus before. I can only imagine how long this took. Yeah. But switching back to what we're working on. So I basically just have the lasso to do at this point, and I'm going to try to do that with a shape layer and see how it goes. And I really hope that I can make it do what I want it to do. Can you mask out the lasso and just remove the background and replace it with, say, Themyscira? Are you talking about, like... I mean, like, you're talking about, like, using the lasso from the original footage instead of having to redraw it? I definitely want to make sure I recreate and it doesn't quite reach all the edges and everything. Yeah, like rotoscoping, that's correct. Are you just using the background as a plate, recreating the original backgrounds from scratch? Oh, hi Dylan. I didn't realize this was you. Yeah, so I'll show you what we have so far here. I think it needs to re-render most of it. We haven't done Batman yet. We've got Superman taken care of. It's going to go slowly through this because it's rendering out the frames. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, Superman and Hawkgirl are turned off for some reason. We're redoing the entire DC Films intro with animated segments, and we have most of them done. Just Wonder Woman and Batman are left to animate. What are your thoughts on Joss Whedon? Doo-doo guy. I had no opinion other than good about him on the first Avengers. But from what I hear about his activities outside of filmmaking, not so great, and even in filmmaking, not so great. So, I think he's a little overrated filmmaking wise. Anyway, I have yet to watch all of, oh my god, Firefly, but I'd still like to someday, and just try not to think about it. Yeah, he is. I would say that too. The writing, I'm maybe not brilliant, but yeah, I think the writing is his strong suit. The rest is not. But at the same time, like he clearly rewrote a lot of Justice League, and it kind of seems like he was a good choice for Avengers because and Age of Ultron was fine because of the style of writing that he's good at, and then the Justice League just kind of I mean, Justice League was a mess. I don't blame anyone. Like I would not be able. Nobody could have fixed that other than just not trying to fix anything, as we saw. But kind of showed that he's sort of one note. He's got his strong suits, but that's all he's really good at, writing wise. But I'm sure the same could be said about me. You'll probably, when you watch Reality someday, my movie, you'll probably be like, hey, you did that same thing in the story finale or something several times. But that's all good. James, do you have any tips on what to do for a Justice League fan comic series I want to create? People ask me that a lot, and it's a way too broad of a question to just answer. Like, you gotta come to me with more, like, specific questions, I guess. When Ted and I started Legacy, or like planning for Legacies, it was all just about coming up with the main major plot beats. We had several Zoom call or probably Skype or whatever we were using in 2011, 2012. Just coming up with ideas, and a lot of the time those are the most fun parts of the process. Is just like there's stuff that we've already put out in the issues that were like we'd have webcam calls and be like, oh, and this, oh yeah, that's such a good, and we'd like get goosebumps and sit there talking about stuff. So like coming up with the ideas, coming up with the issue stories, definitely the first step, I guess. Is this just for finale or new WDB intro going forward? That's a good question. This is intended to just be for the story finale, but the longer I work on it and the more I'm like, ooh, this is cool, the more I want to potentially use this more often, but we will see. We'll see. The only gripe I would have, and this is nothing that like is anyone's fault, is just watching it 1,000 times, thinking of it as a possible new intro for the channel is like, there's not the music that plays at the end of Secret Origins when we first reveal the Watchtower. It's this big like orchestral triumphant ba, 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 ba. And that's what the bum, bum, bum music is. Bum, 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 is at the start of every Watchtower video. That music is not part of the music that plays during this intro. Nobody's fault. I didn't tell Adam to do that. Wasn't the intention. But that would be the only thing that would hold me back, I think. But we can easily either alter the music slightly or, I mean, I say easily. Adam's probably watching. Screw off. Or we could do this for, only the big special occasion kind of deals, which is kind of the intention. I think the time crunch Warner Brothers put him under was unfair, but his rotten attitude didn't help. Yes, agreed. I have a fondness for Zack Snyder, not just because we have the same name. Yeah, I really like Zack Snyder's filmmaking style. I don't know how I feel about him personally. Like, he's a little arrogant maybe, and then a little bit up his own ass with like, the film must be in black and white, the film must be in 4:3 aspect ratio and all this stuff. Like, just make the movie. It's okay. I get it. I feel that, like, when you're wanting your art to be what you want everyone to see, like, it shouldn't just adhere to whatever society is saying. Like, you should be able to do what you want to do. But it's a little pretentious, I guess, is the best word for it. Mr. Wing kills the entire league. It is, yes. What webcam do you use? It looks good. Thank you. I just bought a new webcam. You can see better on this screen, the quality, the smoothness, all this stuff. It is the Elgato Facecam. Just bought that the other day. We're probably getting some more for the podcast set over here eventually. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Do you have the same passion for Legacies now that you did when you started? I think it's less about, I would say yes. I think it's less about the passion and more about just the time that we have to set aside to make it. I talked about this a little bit on the stream yesterday, but it takes a lot of time and work per issue, and Legacies out of everything is the thing that we make the least amount of money off of. Directly, we make no money off of because we're not supposed to. We can't. It's not our characters. We can't sell the comic. That's why it's free, all that kind of stuff. And the intention originally was just to make the comic, and the channel was kind of a way to promote the comic. But I don't... now it's not, that is not what's going on. It's a lot more about the videos, and the comic has kind of taken the back seat. So definitely, like, still very excited for what's to come in the comic, but it's going to it's slowed down. Production has slowed down a lot on that, but Ted has some plans to speed it up / make it easier going forward. I won't say what any of that is because it's always changing, but it's really cool stuff coming up. Ted says, I echo the passion quest for Legacies. There are several issues coming up that I'm really excited about. Make it the intro going forward for big video. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. It's like the movie level videos, like this story. Honestly, like the story finale is a movie. It's funny when we were getting stuff going for this, and we were prepping scripts. You know, this is a couple of years ago or whatever. We're finally filming everything. Everybody's flying in, coming to town, filming, hanging out, and then we start working on them, and Patrick Willems is like, LOL, I'm doing a story finale movie for my coconut whatchamacallit character. And I'm like, oh my god, like, no, we were supposed to do that. And hopefully people don't think we're stealing his idea or something, but I don't think there's really any similarities in the plot of what's going on. A little bit maybe, but I haven't watched the movie, but I've been keeping up with his story otherwise. Kind of feels like Snyder's all-style, little substance. A little bit. There's something different about you, James. Are you juicing? Yes, orange juice. Right into the veins. The cat face cam. Yeah, the cat. Yeah, El Gato. Yeah. When I look at cat here, they try to rub themselves on my face. Good. I really want a JSA cartoon in the DCAU. Like, have it include Stargirl and Stripe, Rex Tyler, even Dr. Fate. Yeah, JSA would be pretty cool. James reminds me of a refrigerator. He's big, he's cool, he doesn't break down. I think you're seeing a weird perspective of me. There's nothing going on here. Sorry. Charles, that's it, yep. Nebula only, not many. Well, yeah, I mean, the movie itself premiered on Nebula, and he had like a whole premiere kind of a deal. But which, by the way, the story finale, I'm hoping to have it done a few days before the actual like deadline I've given myself, so that we can do a Patreon watch party before the actual premiere, as like an exclusive like premiere event kind of a deal. So keep an eye out for that, Dylan. I will do my best to actually message you about it instead of just forgetting completely. Looking forward to Black Adam. Yeah, me too. Judging by the difficulty of this finale, James probably breaks down often. Yes, correct. Gained muscle mass, constantly lifting the baby. Yeah, there is a little bit more definition. Speaking of which, though, he has disappeared from the baby monitor view. So real quick, I'm going to play this for you guys, and then stop being a bad parent and go check on my child. I'm going to play the full what we have so far before I get to animating the lasso. So here we go. So we still have Batman at the start with the bat signal, Wonder Woman, and this ending group shot with the Watchtower Database logo here at the end. That's original music by Adam, our composer, and drawings by Marcelo Milikai, Legacy's artist. I'll play it one more time, and then I'll take a quick break, come right back, do some lasso stuff. Yeah, the Justice League theme part at the end, that's my favorite bit. Baby. Okay. Yeah, gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. BRB. All right. Hey, everybody. Baby is currently, he's all good. He's running around like a crazy little wild child. So I think he might at some point need me to stop the stream and just kind of play with him and hang out with him, or else he'll get upset. So we'll get as far as we can on the lasso before that. Ted, Anthony already had me on his channel. I think he's talking about sending you and Adam the interview, the link to that video. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, I beat Ted to streaming. Do you and James believe in using can openers, or you say it's an outdated concept? Yeah. I don't know. Canned openers. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know the term. You gotta let me know. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, so we have the Wonder Woman lasso to try to attack here. So luckily it's kind of two separate lassos in a way. Like behind her hand, it doesn't do a lot. It might be easier to start with that and then get the you know what I'm saying? Do the front part last. Shield movement, so the arms should move there. Yes, okay. Now, of course, it would be easiest for me to have... You know, maybe I can do that. I think I might be able to do it this way. Let me just make the width... Oh, why is it only doing it that direction, though? That's odd. Why is it not doing it from the center? Yeah. It should be from the center. It's only doing it from the side, that side for some reason. Weird. Well, that kind of sucks. So I was hoping to just draw the lasso behind her arm and just copy the oh, that's so weird. Why is the like anchor point for this whole thing over there? Wonder if I can change that. After Effects composition anchor point. But see, I know how to move the anchor point for a layer. I want it to be for the whole composition. Oh, thank you. You're right. Coffee is for closers.
Any ideas?
James's studio is a former dining room. James's studio is a former bedroom, actually. The table back there is for our podcast that we're going to start post-story finale. Yeah, this used to be a spare bedroom. Now it is my office. What is the music in the background of the stream? This is just a collection of stock music off YouTube. Quite the collection you have on the bookshelves behind you. Yeah, that's all the Capstone DC AU style books. There's a bunch of collectibles on there too, but not all of them. I have way too many. Man, I really have fun watching James look at an off-screen computer intensively. Oh, did you? Show us the screen, James. My bad. The new the new podcast hosted by Dylan and Jordan 2. Or Two Wild and Yappy Dudes. Yep. You got to use your commas, Dylan. I never know what the hell you're saying. Jordan 2, Wild and Yappy Dudes. takes several reads. That's why I can never read your comments the right way. Get your commas in order. Will you animate Batman? I hope to. We'll see. If not, I'll get to it very soon. My studio is also a former bedroom. The kids moved out, and I come to a bedroom for my channels. Yeah, that's the way you got to do it. We're currently living in what used to be my wife's grandma's house. We remodeled a lot of the rooms, a lot of new paint. Like this entire room has brand new, well, brand new as of last year, but paint and carpet and the curtains and all that stuff. And then I shoved all of my junk into the room. That sounds way worse than I meant it to, but you know what I'm saying. Punctuation's for losers, bruh. Don't tell me to calm down. That's what you get, Dylan. That's what you get. I should be using the sound effects more often. Anyway, I really want to know why I can't do the anchor point for bladder infection. I don't know what's up with you and your fascination of my strength that does not exist. Where we got here? Composition settings, anchor. I just don't know why the anchor of this is not in the center. It's very strange. I've never had this happen before. You guys are getting to see all of these I've never had this happen before things. In these streams. Ted is the muscle. Yeah, I would say probably. Out of all three of us core data buds, I would be the least excited to pick a fight with Maddie. I think Maddie could knock someone out pretty easily. They've just got that spunk, you know? That fire. Did I turn off the Wumbo? That it could be that. I might have turned off the Wumbo setting. I just don't know what to search for here. Composition. Maybe not anchor point. Maybe just anchor. I don't know. There you go. How do you center an anchor point to a composition? Well, but that's not what I want. Composition. See, that was him just centering something within the composition. See, that's not what I want, though. It's just very odd. James is the Brian. Yes, yes. I would say scrappy's the better word. I don't think Maddie has actual fight training. But I don't know. I just wouldn't want to find out, you know. James is the soul, and their powers combined, they summon. Yes. That means Ted is the genius. Ted is the smart one. If only he could say words correctly. That's the joke. That's the ongoing joke. It's the funny joke. I don't know. It's just very weird that that this is the way that this is happening. Maybe I can just fudge it and not worry about this for the moment because the animation is still embedded in there. I'll just... The anchor point, like the center, needs to be there basically halfway between. Good job, Robin. Thank you for subscribing, FBE Taro or whatever. It's too small. I can barely read it. Does Jay's Reviews not live stream anymore because he's afraid of that one guy who used to terrorize y'all? I don't know what that is, and I've never paid attention to Jay's Reviews streams, so sorry, Jay, if you ever watch this. Words correctly. Good, Ted. Good, Ted. I would be more worried about the spam bots. Yes. That seems to be either bots or a funny running gag that some people continue to think is hilarious, and I'll never understand why. Okay, so I'm just gonna make the composition a lot wider. Even see, now it's fine. Whatever. If I change this, it shouldn't. I'm just giving myself more room, and this shouldn't alter anything within the actual. Nope, it's totally fine. Okay. And yeah, as you can see, there's just more space here now, which is good. That's what I wanted. Basically, I just want enough space that I can animate the lasso within the Wonder Woman drawing composition, so I don't have to track the camera. Like, the camera movement just happens because it was already happening, if that makes any sense. Normally that's just Bruce Timm. Yes, it is. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste this into here. Again, I don't know why that's doing that. Could not tell you why the anchor point is not in the middle. I don't understand. But whatever. I'm just going to line this up roughly here. Okay, so we have our... So as soon as Wonder Woman... the arm... This frame that the arm is moving on is where I want it to be here. So let's just give this a shot. Is it 1 second and 2 frames? Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of a big loop there. Goes back behind her. I don't think we see the back end of the lasso ever, so that's okay. Oh no, it is that. It's coming around the front. I got it. Okay. Alright, well, we'll see. Obviously, this isn't what I want here at the start, but we will fix that. Wait, what am I... Hang on. Okay, so it goes up, around, back, and then through again. God, alright. More or less. Okay, let's say that's the end of the lasso. So I don't want a fill. No fill. Stroke, I want to be about this big-ish. We want it to be the same gold color, and we want this to be behind Wonder Woman. Okay, maybe a little thinner. Anyone know what's going on with Cape Crusader? No, there hasn't been any more news since the writers were announced, I don't think. Do you have a least favorite hero from the DCAU? Not really. None of them. There's no one that I'm like, oh, that guy sucks. There's just kind of a less interesting grouping or whatever. This is already too complicated for me, is why I pay animators. Yeah. I have to just kind of teach myself how to do this stuff, because I also don't necessarily know what I'm doing. Path. Okay, so here we go. We have keyframe the path, and over the course of this whole thing, it just kind of, I mean, I can trace it to the end here at least, where it just kind of floats through stuff. Gonna keep it lined up with her clenched hand, though. More or less put this in place. Doesn't have to be perfect. So now we should have movement of that area anyway. Cool. And then I pretty much just need to, like, I think it just kind of does the same, you know, directions. Let's just give this a shot. I'm just kind of gonna guess, because I can't follow the shape. So first of all, of course, need to put that back where her hand was. So that one went up and to the right. So I'm just gonna bring it down and to the left. I'm watching each one of the points now. That one went just up some. I'm just gonna bring it down some. Top curve just went up and slightly to the left, so down slightly to the right. This one over here, it went just down just barely, so again I'm just gonna move it barely down. I'm gonna keep following. Just like that. That just went straight down, so I'll do another straight down. I had a fear just now that I hadn't switched to the screen where you can see what I'm doing. James is so convenient. Good, I guess. Zeta count as, least favorite hero? I wouldn't call him my least favorite at all. Yeah, I'd like to see more Zeta. That's agreed. What if Obiyama was Barry all along? I saw you say that earlier. I just had nothing to say about it. Okay, and then that one over there also just moves down some more. I'm going to guess that one also moves down into the left a little bit. Okay, so now we should have... I'm going to make this one in the middle here be Bezier. Turn off this stuff. Should have a pretty smooth motion of the back half of the lasso. And if... and then that's going to move to the end. So the whole entire animation is moving. So that's the front, or the back half of the lasso, which was the easier part. And now hopefully... Okay, so now... So now we also have to move this down off of the screen and hope that that doesn't mess with our camera motion too much. I need to be completely off screen. And of course, it is a little bit wonky there. So let's, I don't know. Maybe I don't need, like maybe this is fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like the lasso comes in a little bit, like it should come in a little bit earlier, but I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna try one thing, and if this messes up everything, then I won't worry about it. But so that might have worked if I turn this layer off. So, looks pretty okay. I'm of course going to add some filters and effects and things to the lasso. I just wanted to get the shape down first. Why isn't Scary Leader? I'll take it, I guess. What if we find out in a tie-in comic or something that Wally West went undercover for some reason and created Barry Allen as an alias like Bruce uses matches below? I think anything's possible at this point. Okay, go in here. I'm going to try a couple things here. First of all, I'm going to do some kind of shading on this that I'll just copy paste to the front half if it looks good. Just give it a little bit of depth. Maybe I'll go like 20 on the size. I'll also change this to this color. And normal. Oh, weird. Oh, 100 please. So now it has a little bit more shape to it. But I also want to try to make sure I can separate that out a little bit. Oh. I guess it's not, I guess we're not going to get that. That's okay. I didn't want this little part where it overlaps. I wanted you to be able to tell that that's a separate, like, you know, going behind, does that stay behind her head the whole time? Yes. Ugh. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to copy, I'm going to duplicate this. On the top one, I will remove, yes, remove, oops. Oh no, that's fine. Remove. Okay, so that's gonna be the top one. Oh, hang on, just a second. Sorry, kid getting on the table. Not supposed to be on the table, child. Don't go on the table. We ever figure out where the dongle went? No. I looked in there. There's a little, I got a microphone on the table there for going over to Maddie's later today to record with them. And I do not, I think I just only have my dongle, so I don't know. Anyway, okay, and then I'll, on this one, get rid of that and that. So theoretically, now we have the back part and the front part. And I should be, yeah, now there's separation. Good, good, good. Okay. Cool. I think I want to do probably a little bit of a glow on this. And the default glow color is actually probably what I want, yeah. Change the stroke color to a much brighter color. This again is some continuity kerfuffling here because we've got Lasso of Truth. Anyone who's joined on my streams before reading Justice League comics knows that it doesn't have that until Justice League Unlimited Season 2. And then she never uses it after that one episode. So let's see what this is looking like so far. With that new, these filters on the lasso make it look a little more 3D, a little more lifelike instead of just a yellow line. I liked those DCAU trivia videos you and your wife made. Any chance we'll see more? Maddie and I both did those, actually. Maddie and their fiance, going to be wife in, or partner, whatever they're doing, in about a month. A little less than a month. That's exciting. Okay, well, this is looking pretty okay. I think by the time that we've added all our other filters and stuff, it'll look even gooder. And so then I need to just animate the front part of the lasso, which is going to be easier said than done, but we'll figure it out together. Anyway, to answer your question, yes, I think eventually we will do some more. Those were based on like these made-for-children trivia, like sections of magazines that were just kind of a funny, like, you better get these right kind of a deal. Does the entire DC universe is just filled with bars for low-level... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. And Batman and Harley Quinn has a henchman bar as well. I think the wedding is relatively small, but I also don't know a lot about the details. They're not purposely keeping details from me, but we just haven't talked about it a lot. I'll find out in like a month. Ted and I will both be there. I'm sure we'll take lots of Data Bud photos at the celebration in our fancy outfits. It'll be pretty fun. Ted, you got to tell me what, if you're still in here, Ted, tell me what you're wearing to the wedding. Because I asked Sissy, and she's like, cocktail. And I'm like, what does that mean? I don't go to cocktails. Because I have, like, fancy wedding suit, and I have, like, nice go-to-brunch clothes. I don't have much in between, so we'll see. And it's also going to be Georgia in August, so I'm not too thrilled about wearing more clothing than I need to. Were there any trivia things like that made for Batman Beyond or Justice League? I don't think so, but I'm not... I mean... Not from a magazine like that, but there is going to... The same blue suit I wore for that recent Watchtower video I can't talk about. Okay, so then I'll wear my gray suit probably. But anyway, But that means you're probably not doing like dress shirt and tie underneath. It's kind of more casual, like a t-shirt or something under it, maybe. If that's the case, I'll do the same thing. But anyway, there's a coloring book I've got up there, Justice League coloring book, that might have some, activity kind of trivia, find the hidden picture, that kind of stuff. Might be able to pull from something like that. White shirt, gray tie. Okay, well then I'll just go ahead and do full suit. We can take our jackets off and show our sweaty pits to everybody 10 minutes into the wedding. I want to make trivia videos with you data buds, where the attempt would be to stump you three. Dylan, you or like your kin on the you and your kin on the podcast audience might be good for this. We've talked for a long time about doing a video of like DCAU trivia battle kind of stuff, or DCAU trivia versus a different fandom trivia, Star Wars trivia, or Game of Thrones, things like that, or Lord of the Rings, Jesus. But we never know who to get to make the questions, because anyone in our friend group that would be knowledgeable enough of the subject to make the questions would be the person that would be participating in the event, the game. So maybe that's something we can come to you about. Yes, big trivs indeed. So maybe we can come to you fine folks about that sort of thing. What was I doing here? Okay, so we need to, and I'm going to turn off these back ones, or I'm going to leave that one on, just for the sake of my computer. I'm going to go to that frame here where we've started the animation. So the front part of the lasso does a lot more twisting and turning and overlapping. So like right here, and it just gets bigger in the foreground. I just wonder if I need to draw this one instead of it having just be a line. Like this might not be as easy for this one, but that's okay. I think we can make it work. While I'm thinking about it, though, I'll make this a little bit thinner so that it looks a little bit farther away than that front part. Maybe not that much. Cool. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to just draw this one, follow the shape of the lasso. So, gosh, I just wish there was an easy way to do this. So really, it's just this like. I need to have the Wonder Woman layer on also to see where her hand is, and bring the opacity down so I can see. All right, let's just start. Let's just try this. I'm just going to do a white solid. I can change the color later. Turn it off so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm just going to go for it here. Black t-shirt. Okay. It's in hot though. Well, I'll try a few things. I'll see what looks good. Last time we found out Justice Lord's Wally beat up Reverse Flash stole his clothes. Yeah. My teeth are so hard. I'm so down to make questions be a part of that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll probably come to you for. Do you have? Do you think you could do a similar thing for Star Wars stuff? Is that something that you know anything about that you might be able to lend a questioningness to? Because that's my buddy John is big into Star Wars, and I think that he would be able to match my DCAU wits. Is it true that Maddie eats 90% meat? No, I believe it's 100% not meat. Remember, if you need anything with Ninja Turtles, Transformers, yeah, I got you. Batman animated series crossed over with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at one point. So you never know. Okay. This is going to get interesting here. The further we take this. Trying to keep these kind of lined up. I had a very weird dream last night that I'm just now remembering, which was my house, an apartment. In the dream, this was a past apartment of mine, even though I've never lived in this place in my dream. And it was burning down from the roof down, like something on the roof, like a satellite dish or something, like caught fire. And I was trying to get in to the person who currently lived there and warn them that their house was burning down, their apartment was burning down. And I was knocking on the door, nobody's answering, and I like bust down the door, and there's like an old lady in like a stereotypical like cartoon like nightgown and nightcap and giant horn-rimmed glasses and stuff. And she's like very upset that I burst in, but I'm trying to tell her the house is burning down. And she for some reason somehow managed to get out of there in time, and then we stood outside just watching the building burn down, but the building was now like a very small like outhouse sized building. And then I feel like I was chasing someone through the woods and there was a bunch of snow everywhere, but I don't remember the rest. But that all just came back to me just now for some reason. So I don't know. Are you a Bret Hart fan? I can tell the answer is no. Who the hell is that? No, who the hell is that? I don't know who's a bot, man. I can't see who's a bot. Yes, Maddie's vegetarian. Ted's a bot, of course. Transformers fan in the chat? Transformers are bots. I still have dreams about my college apartment. Yeah, I mean, I've had dreams about my actual college apartment. I'm not sure why this one was like not it. Okay, so what's happening here is the lasso is just kind of straightening out and going down. So I can't see what's happening with that, so I'm just gonna turn this layer off and just eyeball the opening animation. If someone asks a weird question about Maddie, Jay, or Ted and their account was created yesterday, I can't see the accounts. I just see the chat. And also, I'm just reading the chat. But I appreciate you fighting the good fight. Thank you, Ted. I had a dream once where I teamed up with the TMNT and X-Men Colossus to fight an oversized Ninja Turtle. It was extremely weird. That sounds pretty cool. Okay, there's that. So we need to have, oops, the mask. Just this part going down. And I think I'll do that a little bit. This, oh my god, I hate this. Come on, select this. There we go. Rotate that, bring it down. These are going to come over more. And these are going to come over some. Oh boy. Okay. So I turn this on. We should have at least a little bit of animation going here that sort of matches what's happening in the original. But from here on out is where it's going to get more complicated. Because it starts kind of whipping over itself and things. Like, we don't have a We don't have it in 3D space here. But I do wonder if I even need to do that. Let's just see where, I'm trying to guess where their keyframes are here. Maybe about here. Yeah. Ted, I will protect your account. I just need your social security number, date of birth, and mother's maiden name. What if Charlie from Joker's Favor grew up to be Barry, who hit his... I'm not going to condone any more of these Barry Allen theories, okay? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Okay, I'm going to move that here and here and here. Here. See, this is the weird part now, is I have to think of this in a different dimension. I don't know if that's actually going to work or not with a 2D thing. Like, I think it's going to cancel itself out here in the overlap. That's definitely not what I want to have happen. I think if I turn this back on, yep, see, we have wherever it crosses over is not there. I'll erase that keyframe. And I wonder if, you know, if it's not... Obviously, I want this to be exactly as it is in the original, but I wonder if I can just kind of cheat my way around this and just have the shape kind of move with, like, we'll see if this looks stupid and bad. So I know I at least need to do this much. Thank you, Cheesier. He was my favorite Lego Marvel. Being a good citizen, yeah. I get you. I see your reference. Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with the rest of the motion of this, mostly. Just finding these halfway points to not make it look as awkward, but we'll find out here in a second. I'm hoping that this method is going to work out okay. Okay, about here for the next step. Would James ever consider making an appearance on SOS Cast? I'm always up for appearances on other stuff if I have the time. I don't know particularly what SOS Cast is, but I'm sure it's fun, I guess. That's good point. Anthony brings up, yeah, info@watchtowerdatabase.com. Luthor says, if you want to save your friends, you must complete my maze. Does this mean that Barry was originally a friend Superman just forgot? I don't know. Of course, Billy is a bot. Okay. I don't know. I understand like the definition of bot in this scenario, because it's like a very particular specific question has been raised. That's not just like an AI like making stuff up, spamming things. It's like a troll is maybe more of the correct term. I don't know. Maybe I'm too old to understand. James is a bot. That's true. Oh, personal finance. Okay. Well, thanks for looking out, Ted. I appreciate it. I think I need to continue the size of this all the way off screen just to make sure that it hits those checkpoints. Okay, I don't think that that's too bad. Like, we're going to watch it in motion in a little bit once I've got it completed, the tracing completed. But I don't think it's going to be too bad. Like, it looks okay. I'm not a huge fan of whatever's going on right there, though. This little spike. Yeah, very next frame. Just does this weird little warping thing here. Okay, I think I fixed it. So yeah, it's just going, basically it's just going to not have the exactly correct dimensions that it should have in 3D space, but I'm not going to concern myself with like basically I'm just revealing it here instead of having this front one be its own layer, because it would just be too much to try to line that up later. So I'm just going to keep going with this. So what's happening here? Oh, see, here's another example of it clipping. Is I doubt that that's the end of the rope, but that you can see it cut through there. Maybe it is the end of the rope, but I feel like it's not. I feel like it was supposed to go on longer than that. Maybe it is. Maybe I made fun of that for no reason earlier. Superman 64, you can steal babies and throw them from the sky. Cool. Where's my baby? Mr. Baby. Aaron. Go check on him in a sec. I think he knows where the baby camera is somehow, and he knows where to hide from it. He's too smart. He's wicked smart. The only bots I support are Zeta, Bruce's training bots, Lord Superman's duplicates, that one Terry's friend dated, and Hardak Batman, bless his soul. I'm digging the Studio Series 86 line. We ended up producing so much more toy content that I had to split it off. Yeah, there's lots of cool... I'm really, like, I'm not big in the Transformers Ninja Turtles scene, but I'm really enjoying the fact that, like, not only are Batman the Animated Series DCAU style stuff making a comeback of, you know, through McFarlane toys and stuff, but we are getting a lot of He-Man and Power Rangers. I mean, Power Rangers still going, but you know what I'm saying. A lot of like older school things that are either for nostalgia purposes or whatever are hitting toy shelves. Like I can just walk into Walmart and see a He-Man toy, and not necessarily just the one from the new cartoon, but like the original show kind of a thing, and that's pretty cool. You're right, Captain Clown's best bot. Have you started propping Aaron up to watch DCAU content like a Clockwork Orange yet? I played a couple Justice League episodes that he seemed to be pretty interested in. Last Ronin figure, that's pretty cool. He was interested in it. He liked it, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, continuing the frame tracking here. And this is the most monotonous, tedious part of this whole thing, but I still have fun doing it. You know, I should make this a different color than yellow so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, that's better. That's easier. By far who's your favorite YouTuber? It's me, right? I'm your favorite YouTuber forever. We just found, I won't say who for his own privacy, but we just found out today that a DCAU artist, creative, subscribes to our YouTube channel, which I was not aware of, and it's pretty heartwarming, I'll just say. Made me feel good. Said that besides his mom's YouTube channel, it was the only YouTube channel that he subscribed to. And if you are that person that I have not named, and you are watching this stream right now, hello. Something tells me no, but you never know. You never know. So why would that person want to watch me tediously trace over a lasso? I don't think so. Oh boy, got some weird stuff going on there. Oh, looks like I... How did that happen? Okay, I see. This one here. I think I will move this back where I had it. But on the halfway point, I still need to... this frame. It's funny, a lot of the stock music you're hearing during the stream comes from, I mean, it's all from YouTube's audio library, but I downloaded it originally, a lot of it, for our Static Shock timeline video and then the diversity video. Like, both of those videos, I'm like, these, because at the time we were using almost primarily music from the DCAU in the backgrounds of our videos, and finally that started getting copyright claimed. Should have seen that coming, obviously, but then started purposely going for a little bit more of a lo-fi hip-hop beats to study and or relax to kind of feel for some of the videos. No, it's not Bruce Timm, I'll just say that. I won't say anything else, though. That feeling I get when two Hasbro employees subscribe to my channel. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Making those connections has been one of the most fun parts. Oh, Cheesier was already aware of your channel. That's pretty cool. How did you manage to get the DCAU soundtracks? The Justice League, Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, and Season 1 of the Zeta Project all have official soundtrack releases. As also Mask of the Phantasm, Batman and Harley Quinn, and Justice League vs. the Fatal Five. The Sub-Zero movie has an unofficial soundtrack release. There's also another Zeta Project soundtrack release that was only sent to the Emmys for Emmy consideration that we have a copy of. And if you missed any of what I was saying, Batman Beyond and Return of the Joker also have soundtrack releases. Static Shock is like the only show I think that doesn't have a soundtrack, or Justice League Unlimited also doesn't have a soundtrack release, but I'm hoping that since we just got the Teen Titans soundtrack release, that's hopeful for the future, that maybe we'll get a Justice League Unlimited one. I would love a Static Shock soundtrack release. The music is so different and funny from that show compared to the rest of the shows. I would just love to blast one step ahead of the game, just all over the place. And me and my homegirls, that's my crew. Better watch out, we're coming through, or whatever it is. Static in Rome, we down all the way, playing it straight, 'cause crime never pays. Okay. Oh, I'd love to have those CDs. I'm really not sure. Ted, check on bladder infection for me, would you? It's very, just a bunch of interesting comments here. The stream would not have crashed if James had given me his social security. That's very true, very true. Yeah, I will say if you're watching, go check out Anthony's channel. Had me on there a couple of years ago for an interview, and fun stuff over there. How do you say your last name? Pronounce it for me in the chat. Haslage? I don't think I remember when you from your videos. I apologize. You guys really are the biggest fans of the DCAU. I really hope so. We're going a lot out of our way to make content for you guys. I am really quickly Haslage. Okay. Haslage. James, I found out where Barry went. All you have to do is give me... Yeah, okay. Really quick, I'm going to check on the boy, get a drink, and I will return. Be right back. All right, back. Yes, we use OBS. Ted, I've been meaning to watch Westworld for years and have not ever gotten around to it. I should do that. I see Aaron Paul is in the newest season. Maybe he's been in it for a while, but he showed up in a little preview on HBO Max, and I was like, oh, I did not know he was in this. What's been your favorite part of Jump on the Bandwagon? I don't know. I really like watching the episodes with Brian. That's the part that you guys don't get to hear. Is we talked about doing maybe like a commentary as we're watching the episode, but then it just became like we would I don't want Brian to necessarily just be like thinking he needs to be talking the whole episode, you know. I want him to enjoy it and take it in, like especially once we get to stuff like the Cadmus arc or Return of the Joker, Mask of the Phantasm, even stuff where like I really want him to like just watch the thing and not have to think about making content as he's watching it. So I fear that doing like a commentary as we watch the episode would kind of ruin that. But to me, that's been the most fun, is actually watching Brian watch the DCAU as a noob. That's right, conspiracy buff. I spent 5 hours on a fake YouTube account just to tick Ted Kendrick off. Do you think you can change the head tilt on Superman a bit? Maybe. I personally don't think it needs to be changed. Aaron Paul started in season 3. Okay. He's a cool... Oh, yeah. And Dylan Pollock. Sorry. My favorite part has been Dylan Pollock. Aaron Paul started in season 3. He's a cool character, soldier with PTSD who thinks the world's being manipulated by an algorithm. And he's right. Yeah, I was going to say, I think isn't that the whole idea of the show? Or part of it? I mean, he's right in real life also. This is that song that goes, "Any ideas?" at one point. You'll hear it. Ted is Captain Clown. Oh, not yet. I think it's here.
Any ideas?
There it is. Any ideas? I wonder what that's from. It's got to be sampled from something. Move that pixel in the top right corner to the bottom left. Okay, now move it back. Perfect. I think Jadis was just making a joke. But that's okay. Maybe not. I can't see the account. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Thanks for being on the lookout. I like how that. Yeah, but see, is that the right term though, Ted? Is it a bot if it's a person? It's not a bot. It's a person. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand, man. What's the point? What's the point of any of this? Why are we here? What is life? What is death? The end. That's the end of my little spiel there. Sure thing, Hardak, yeah. You know who I think was really underutilized in DCAU? Wayne Knight. Guy's a perfect villain voice. I don't know. Who would you cast Wayne Knight as in the DCAU? I can't think of who he would be good as. Maybe like a trickster or something, but you can't not have Mark Hamill. Oh yeah, I forgot that Adam had said he had like skipped Westworld to watch the stream. Okay, I think that's gonna work okay. I was just trying to make sure that the lasso stayed on camera there. Okay, so here's where it starts to wipe across the screen to reveal Hawkgirl, Aquaman, whatever we're doing here. And I think I'm just gonna let, like, cause it does a kind of an awkward there at the end. I think I'm just gonna let it, gonna go all the way to this frame and try to just kind of rotate it at the end. We'll see if that works. Spawn the animated series. I've only seen that video of Todd McFarlane being like sitting at a little stool, turning around and talking to you about what you're about to see or whatever. I've not actually watched the show, but it looks like something I would like to check out someday. Aquaman, correct. Is there a Legacies comic where the guy who fired Riddler gets a good night's sleep? Of course not. He never did again. We should call him the Muscle also, the Batman The Adventures Continue character. It looks like Adam is here in case you ever need to not be here, by the way, Ted. Not that I'm throwing Adam under the bus or whatever, but if you need to, if you feel the need to stop moderating, you have help. I was thinking about that yesterday, though. I was surprised that there weren't any weird things to take care of, and that I was glad that I didn't need to be like, hey, can someone hang out on here for 7 hours while I stream? But I definitely won't be streaming for 7 hours this time. I mean, I've already been streaming for 3, maybe 4. But I think I'm probably, the longer I go on this Wonder Woman one, I think I might only get done with Wonder Woman today, and that's okay. Chipping away at it. Oh, writing. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for being here. If Ted leaves, the bots win. Yeah, I guess that's the part I don't understand about the bot account creation thing is like clearly like maybe the accounts themselves were created by bots, but they're run by humans or something. I don't really get it. Okay, so let's see where this is taking us. So I think I need to probably, yeah, okay. So I definitely need to make this halfway point here. That still looks fine. Oops, that needs to be the other side. That's why it's crossing over there. This is one of those instances where I'm like, I promise this will look cool a while from now when I'm done with it. I need to add in another point here. that around, and then that shouldn't be affected any other keyframe. Time frame on the trivia thing, Dylan? No, it's something we've been talking about for years, all the way back to when we did the we did a video on the board game playthrough of Gotham Under Siege, and that was when we did a little trivia jokey kind of segment between me and Maddie as part of that. And my friend Will, who was like, we brought him on because he was like, board game guy, my friend that likes board games, let's bring Will on. He just wrote up a bunch of stupid trivia questions last second that were like, how strong is Batman? I'm like, I can't even answer the question. There's no answer to this or whatever. That, like, what do you mean? But yeah, so it's been a long time since the idea was formed. So really, there's no deadline at the moment. Just whenever you kind of feel like you want to, that'd be cool. I'm kind of giving as you can see, I'm giving the lasso a little bit more depth as it's swiping across, because it looked a little bit lackluster on the original to me. This part up here, like if I'm gonna do it like this instead of a straight line, I might as well do something more interesting with it. Okay, so I'm not following the exact shape of the lasso there, but I am following more or less the idea of it moving across. And I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't go off the screen or stay on the screen weirdly. Stay in the frame. I need it to go out of the frame. Like it clips in a little there, but as long as it stays within the boundaries of the original animation, it should be fine. So it just barely does. So that's good with me. And so from here is where I need to figure out how to condense and move the rope over without it overlapping itself. That's gonna be a possible problem, but I think I've got an idea. No, not Will Friedle. Yeah, one of the Jokers is Barry, of course. Cool. All right. Okay, so actually, well, it needs to be a little smoother than that is the thing. I'm just going to kind of try something here. This might not work the way I'm thinking. No, actually, that's not what I want to do. I think I know what I want to do here is I just want to animate it the way that I would, but when it overlaps, it's just going to I'm going to cut it right there. me see if I like the animation before I mess with that ending there where it's overlapping. Okay, I'm going to try not to watch this background part because I don't care if it lines up. I'm more wanting to just see the... So it's a little stiff per keyframe. But I bet I can do this. We'll see how that goes. Still kind of connect the dotsy point to point. Let's try this. It's decently smooth. There's a couple spots where I think it doesn't need to have these like in between joints that it's hitting. Like right up here. Might not need that one even. The idea would be that the whipping across, obviously, is the transition into the Hawk Girl segment. Okay, so we are having a little bit of a problem here. Yeah, we're gonna do a crypto will it canon at some point. I was gonna try to do that as one of the first videos post story finale, but like to time with Super Pets. But we need some more time on the story finale. So yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. Basically, I need to fill in the gaps there. And I might do this kind of MacGyver-y, like it might not be the best way to, like the most professional way to do it or something. First of all, let's see it with the back of it as well. Am I excited for Super Pets? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'll go see it. I'm not like super interested in it, but I will definitely check it out. Okay. I think I like this. Basically, I just have to make sure that the wipe here at the end is not doing this weird where it's you can see the negative space of the other mask behind it. I think I can just duplicate this and remove some points here. Oops, I think I duplicated the wrong thing. Yeah, that's what I want to duplicate. Cool. Might have to just bring it all the way. Okay, I can leave it there, I think. Was that the first frame where that happens? Yes. So I don't need anything before that. Okay, I think I've got this to where I want it. Legitimately violent. Have to bring up their antics. Yeah. I'm just reading through the chat here. Yeah. All right. So if we watch through this, should see the lasso is not the right color in the front yet, but we should have. If we imagine the lasso wiping away the, oh, it kicked up into frame a little bit there. Wiping away the screen there at the end. I'm pretty good with that. I do need to check on where is the frame that happens. Right there. Those down and that should fix it. so it doesn't matter what's the weird stuff going on with the rope here after, because this is going to wipe away the Wonder Woman segment and reveal Hawkgirl. So first of all, I'm gonna make both of these the same color as this. Yep, the stroke was this color. Oops. Oh, come on. What are you doing here? Solid. I mean, not wrong. Different art style doesn't mean anything. But I'm sure I will bring that up as a funny thing in the video. Lex Luthor's skin color. Okay, and then I also want to copy the shadow and glow. Cool. I think the shadow should be a little larger on this one. Okay, I'll copy those to this other one at the end here. And I'm going to turn on motion blur for all of these. That will... Okay, so I think I see what I need to do here. Before I add any of that, I think I need to do this. Paste. That way they're the same thing. Is this true? It's gonna work how I want it to work. Down here to the end where they start overlapping. Yes. Okay. Close enough anyway. I must go, for my bladder has requested my attendance. I'll see you later, Anthony. Thanks for popping in. Keep Epilogue a secret always. Thank you, thank you. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. The Crypto the Superdog Wiki says, in Batman animated series, Batman plays Christian Bale in Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. I don't understand. You're DCAU Barry Allen. Cool. That's a really good thing. I'm glad. I'm very happy for you. If I turn on motion blur for this. And... Yep, that's Wonder Woman. Okay. These. Have motion blur on for both of these. Okay. Check that this all looks accurate to what I want. I don't understand either, but the wiki says Batman plays Christian Bale playing Batman. I don't know. Maybe there's not good mods over on that wiki. Ace appears like 50 years earlier. Yeah, I mean, there's the only thing that ties Crypto the Superdog to the DCAU is just that the tie-in comics for Crypto feature DCAU character designs for Batman, Superman, Flash, Commissioner Gordon, maybe Alfred or something else too. And yeah, Superman in like the first episode everyone's like, it's the same design as the DCAU. It's not, though. We got into a big argument, conversation, whatever, over Teen Titans and The Batman. I shouldn't even mention it because now the chat's going to light up with this forever, but the go-to argument for that is always that the Robins look the same, and they really don't. Like, they're just both pointy. I've never understood that comparison. Pointy Robin does not equal same character design. It's a very different character design. I'm sorry. I haven't seen the new Super Pets movie, so I cannot say. Yeah. But yeah, just always been like a, what are you talking about with the Robins? My son has finally decided to lie down in a spot that I can see him on the monitor, which is good. That's true. We could just say that Lex Luthor is turning cancerous in crypto. Okay, so here we go. I'm pretty good with that animation. It's not amazing, but it is following the same pattern as the original was. So, and I think when we watch it with everything else around it, it'll sink in pretty well. So what I need to do now is do my normal like effects on people. So let's go over to Superman. Go inside his head. There it is. So we need to do the skin. Cool. We need to do the red. Bring that back up some. Just a little bit. The gold. Back up. Blue. And lips. There we go. Okay. So now I'll grab the same. Just a second. Got a text message I need to answer. Show us the screen, James, says Ted, like 2 hours ago. Anyway, copy that. Let me get back into the Wonder Woman stuff. Skin. I don't have the silver yet, so that looks pretty good, but I will just bump it up a little. Okay. And then the shield. Okay, that's it. All right. Okay, so now we have our high contrast colors, and we have our lasso. We need to we need to, this is our normal like full layer of everything here. Put our effects on that, the same that we had on Superman. So we have those three. Cool. And we also duplicated the layer. We did the Gaussian blur atop. And kind of adjust to taste. Let's screen. And normally I put it at 25, but we'll see if it needs to be 50. Let's try 50. Might get away with 25. My wife's mom might be coming over soon to hang out with the baby, in which case, if that happens, I will take a quick break and go say hi and stuff, and then I'll come back. But we're almost done with this. Here's what we have for the Wonder Woman animation. This freaking lasso took us forever, but show us the screen, James. I might go now. See you later, Polka Dot. Speaking of George Clooney, I hear he keeps a photo of on his desk of himself dressed as Batman to remind me what happens when you just take on a role for the money. Yeah, who knows? I heard he will still offer refunds to anyone that saw Batman and Robin in theaters, of which I was one of those. Yeah, I've heard that as well. So Shane, that one killed Alicia Silverstone's career. I don't know if that's true, really. I mean, she's been in other stuff, but whatever. Yeah, so right now it's rendering the frames for this is without the background, of course. We're gonna have to create that here in a minute, which will be interesting. And then I'm also gonna have to wipe away, like make a mask that wipes away with the lasso, which shouldn't be too hard. But I'll let this do its thing so I can make sure I'm liking where this is going. We've got the shield rotating. We've got Wonder Woman crouching a little bit. Her arm moves back. We've got the two layers of background lasso moving in space behind her, and we've got the foreground lasso flipping around doing things. And honestly, this is one of those, like, the lasso may not track perfectly to the original lasso, but it's the same idea, it's the same general shape, and if you ever do like a side-by-side of the two versions, I think it will be just close enough that you won't even tell. You guys will tell because you've been here watching. Neil Patrick Harris, yeah, he voiced oh god, what's his name? Ray Thompson, right? That's his name, I think. Roy Thomas, play on words. The Snapper Carr character, essentially, even though he also had Snapper Carr. I thought at first that you were talking about Music Meister or whatever, and I was about to be like, no, but that's not the DCAU, but then I remembered that he was in the DCAU. I think the start of this needs to be a little smoother. Oops. The start of the like motion of this, where it stops being thing and starts doing its own. Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't. Maybe it just needs to start before we get to, before the camera stops moving at the start there. Let's see if that looks better. Letting this render here so I can take another look at the how the animation's going. Okay, I think that's the right idea. I'm just going to move it back even further. So that what I'm doing is kind of smoothing out the transition of the... right now the camera was like swoop, and then the lasso started whipping around. I want the lasso to start whipping before the camera stops moving so that it's not as abrupt. So now it should have already started moving before the camera finishes. Oh, he was replaying static. I didn't realize that, or I forgot. That's cool. Linda Hamilton. Yeah, she was in an episode of Batman Beyond. I'm trying to remember like who she played though. Thank you, EST Comics. Oh, she was. That's right. She was the chemistry plant lady. Who was she in Batman Beyond though? I don't remember that. I'm sure you're right though. Okay, so I'm liking this because it's not as abrupt. And there's still just enough life to everything. Oh, right. Yeah. Take a good look, Doctor. Right, Linda Hamilton. Doctor. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sarah Connor. Jesus Christ. And it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze. That can't have been on purpose. That's only an Easter egg that people like us would catch, or would even think is an Easter egg. My thought process being Mr. Freeze talking to Linda Hamilton, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Terminator, Sarah Connor, Linda Hamilton. You see what I'm saying? No? Okay. All right. I like how this looks. The only thing is that effect that it doesn't actually do this in the original, but that the effect that we did for Hawkgirl's hair and Superman's cape, whereas kind of like wind blowing, I think I'm going to apply that to the background lasso because it just needs a little bit more life to it, I think. So distort, wave warp, make it real wide. And I'll pin all edges, even though nothing's touching an edge, but it'll still help. Now if I play that, let's see how fast the wave is going. S! Everyone's going to come on here and think I just drew a terrible, like, Microsoft Paint S for some reason. Sarah Connor, there might be a momentary discomfort. Where's my Hal Jordan? Oh, he's behind me. My Hal Jordan tin that I use for Mr. Freeze's voice on streams. It's something I've kept in cold storage. I did a read of a Justice League Adventures comic that has Mr. Freeze in it. Okay, it's a little too much. So just make it a little wider. Make that like 9. I'll make this like 0.5. See what that looks like. I did a read of a Justice League Adventures comic with that had Mr. Freeze in it, and I was doing sort of a Mr. Freeze voice, and I had my voice coming out of a can so that it sounded more like he was in Mr. Freeze's big old fucking head thing. And I got like a Instagram message being like, I'm making a Lego Batman thing. I want you to voice Mr. Freeze. So I did. I gave them multiple versions of the lines with and without the can for the effect, because I don't know what they would want. But I have not seen the fruits of that labor yet. I don't know what when that's coming out or where. It popped my elbow. Okay, so what's the speed looking like on this now? Yeah, it still might be a little too much. I'm going to make the speed this, and I think I'm going to call that good. I'm going to guess that's fine. So we have the full Wonder Woman animation now. So all we need to do now is the background, and then wiping. Oops, that's soloed. There we go. Wiping away the at the end, which will be nesting everything, I think. But anyway, so need to figure out what the background looks like. What do we have for her normal background? Of course, it's just kind of a dark. It's like a sun and a cloud. Let's just look for clouds. I don't remember what channel that was. I think it was a rather small, newer channel. I don't think it was anyone, like, huge. But I don't remember. I just did it because it was only a handful of lines, and why not? Let me see if I can find that real quick. Freeze. Oh, of course, it's not going to search through my messages for the word freeze. I also don't remember if it was on my account or the Watchtower account that messaged. Grandma is here. We'll come right back. I'm going to go greet and say hi. So I'll be right back. perfect music there. This is Wonder Woman theme. We're working on Wonder Woman. Amazon Prime Flash is called Wally. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, Steamboat Susie, but thank you, I think. Okay. So we're looking for a kind of cloudy background. Not really sure why this is the Wonder Woman background, but whatever. We changed John's background, but that was keeping with the same theme. Like a location. So I feel like I should also keep this one that way. Ask for the channel search later. Yeah, I got sidetracked from looking for that. I think I don't think it was necessarily like a recognizable channel, but I honestly don't remember where to even look, because I thought I could just search my messages for like words, but I'm not trying to search for a person. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, it's going to take a while to find, so. And I'm thinking I can just use a stock asset of a cloud rather than trying to find an image of a cloud. I think that's the most likely thing to do here. Okay, so let me see what I've got in the way of stock clouds. Remove the H in the YouTube URL. What are you talking about? Is there a... No, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you think about McFarlane's toy line? I have the Batman one. I liked that one. Actually, I have the Green Lantern and the Flash one too. Yeah, and they're a little weird proportion-wise and detail-wise, but it's still cool to get DCAU stuff no matter what. Okay, looking for a cloud stock asset. Smoke and clouds, there we go. Okay, so that's the kind of thing I want, but it's very fast. Ah, there's that one I used for Ted's foot stepping across the ground. That one might work. Number 3. Yeah, I like that one the best. Okay, so bring that in here. that over here. Do screen. Now, does the cloud move with the like camera and stuff? No, it does not. Well, it does, but it's just farther back. Okay, that's fine. I can deal with that. Turn that 3D. Okay, so, ooh, this is gonna have to go way far back. Go ahead and preemptively blow that up more. Look at the top view now, top-down view. Just gonna move that way back, way back. Blow it back up again, move it around here. See how that moves with the camera or not. Oh, it's still moving with the camera. So maybe it needs to not be through a 3D layer. It's a little weird, but we also need to make this be like 5 times longer.
Any ideas?
Oops, I just wanted to solo that and see what that looks like. Still moving way too fast. Let's see what that looks like. I want it to move a little bit, but not a ton. I might have done it too much now. We'll see when it's all the way through. No, actually that's probably pretty good. So it's just barely moving. The fun thing about slowing down smoke assets is, for the most part, telling the computer to make up the frames in between isn't going to look weird, because it just looks like more blending of smoke. So for instance, this looks fine to me, but I'm going to first, it's about the right size. Just need to make sure that bring it down a little bit and move it over a little bit. I'm also going to then do some curves adjustments, make it darker. I'm going to bring in see, it's a good thing I saved these two for last, you know? Because there's a lot going on. Where the heck? Oh, weird. Okay, so I think what'll be kind of key here is this, and then big yellow lens flare coming from behind, so between her head and the shield. But I'm also thinking that this needs to be not just black. I think it needs to be kind of a grayish blue. Why did that not change anything? I'm very confused. Oh, that's weird. I swear I put stuff on there. Weird. Okay, anyway, I'm just kind of adjusting things. I still haven't seen the latest Teen Titans movie. Not sure how good it could be since they brought back the old Titans without Glenn Murakami. Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans was pretty fun. I had no problems with it, but I also definitely understand the hesitation there. Okay, we're gonna make a lens flare for the sun. I don't want to do the same one that I did for Hawk Girl, so we're gonna kind of find a little fancier. That's the one I used for Superman. Maybe that one. That's kind of cool looking. So right now I'm just making sure I can line up where I want this to be. Yeah, sure thing. It's like really right up in her face there. But should be okay. watch the original. Okay, so it's basically it stays in the same place, but it gets blocked by her head, and then back. So okay, it's a little dimmer, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna follow that or not. But either way, okay. Oh, damn it. Forgot to keyframe the brightness. And then back here is going to be like way bright. Now I should be able to do some easy ease. Ease out. Okay, let's see what that. This is just Wonder Woman in the lens flare. There's no background. I'm just gonna check the timing of things. How's everybody doing in the chat? I'm sorry I'm a little bit quiet. Once I start getting into the more nitty-gritty, time-consuming aspects of this, I start kind of getting in my own head more. 3 hours of Wonder Woman background lollygagging. Sure. And also remember watching DC Fandom and everyone spammed me with spammed "We Want the Batman." Hello, James. How's it going with DCAU redesign for the characters? Pretty good. We're getting close to done with Wonder Woman, at least like in terms of steps remaining. I think I need to duplicate the lens flare behind Wonder Woman and have it instead of going down to 0 here, stay at like 100 behind her head. But also I'll change this to only the glow. Zero here, 0 here. So now we should have, we have that, the background one behind her head only peeks in for this part so that it still looks kind of like she's got the light doesn't turn off, it's just blocked by her head. Just tweaking a couple little things here. Okay, so far so good. So what is left now? I'll unsolo these. Now we should have the cloud background and everything still as well. Does Cyborg exist in the DCAU? We talked about this yesterday too. Yeah, Cyborg made a Earth 12 appearance, but in actual DCAU style, he's also in a lot of the Capstone books. But we have yet to determine whether those are canon. What DC movie am I most excited for this year? I think Black Adam's the only one coming out this year. I think the rest is all next year, if I remember right. But otherwise, next year, I mean, I want to see the Flash movie despite everything. Like, it's disappointing. I really wish that I didn't have to be like, well, I want to see the Flash movie, but this. Like, I just want to go see the freaking Flash movie, man. Oh, Shazam is this year too. Okay, well, out of the two, I mean, I'm excited for both of those pretty equally. Yeah, because the Shazam movie looks more fun, kind of, than the Black Adam movie, but the Black Adam movie looks more stylized and cool. Like, I'm really looking for, like, Dr. Fate looks badass. I don't know why everyone has such a problem with the helmet. Every time that I see something posted about that movie, people are like, where the hell are his eyes? Like, you can't just have a different interpretation of a character ever. That's against the law. Sorry, I'm trying to find a better angle here for this flares. Excrements, you know? Extremities. I combined extremities and excrements. I think it's going out this way in the original. But I am gonna do this. Turn the brightness down on that quite a bit. And on this. It's less distracting. I think I'm gonna add a inner shadow. Oops. The angle of the sun. But I'm going to make it the same yellowish color as the sun. And make it soft light. I'm going to change the size to 50. Maybe 35. Distance 25. Yeah, that's with, just helping to separate her from the background a little more. I'm trying not to do that on these characters, but I think this one needs it. Yeah. Bring up so you can see the smoke a little bit better. Also, I just feel like, oh, that's what happened. Okay, I pasted it right onto the. I don't think I meant to do that, so get rid of those. There we go. No, I don't need it out there. No, you can put it back in the room. Yeah, the cord is still, it's just down on the, Right, baby fell asleep. Yeah, I've seen that Homelander idea before. I like it. I've been watching the new season of The Boys. It's pretty good, pretty fun, like usual. Okay. Oh, that's what it happened. Okay, 100. There we go. I don't need it to be on 100, but maybe there. Okay, so let's watch this real quick and see if there's anything besides the lasso wipe at the end that needs to happen. Oh yeah, out of context. No, I don't need it in there. I don't love how it's just a circle. Like, I kind of wish it had more of a... Bye. Hey, mods, continue to check things. Nice thing about the 1990 Flash series is that the pilot episode was about the length of a theatrical movie. It's technically viewed as one. I haven't watched any of that. I should check it out at some point. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, sorry about the little wavering there. It was just the wife's mother coming over to check on the boy, take him on a little walk. But then he fell asleep immediately on the walk, I guess. And so he's back asleep now, which is fine. He needed to take a nap. We are getting close here, folks, with the Wonder Woman chunk. I think this wipe here at the end is all that we have left to do, which is cool. You watch it all the way through here a couple times. It'll look a little better in 24 frames per second once we get to that point. Nothing's sticking out to me as weird. I think it matches the original pretty well. I don't know how the heck she's making that motion with the lasso in doing nothing. But, you know. Should the vignette be underneath there, though? No, I don't think so. Okay, so what we need to do is inside of here, these... Ooh. That's the thing, though. There's camera movement here. Well, I wonder if I can still line that up. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the vignette, and I'm going to rename this flare front. And this is, yep, this is flare back. This is color correction. And I can figure those out. Okay. Just comparing here. It's a little yellower in the original, like greener yellow. But I don't know if I want it to be greener yellow or not. Because I kind of like the look of this. I mean, the Jean Jones, you know, different segments, colors are very off from the original. So I'm pretty good with this. Although I do think this needs to be more visible, this cloud. I just don't want it to be just this, like, weird, nothing, just stock cloud in the background. It's a little weird, but it's okay. Okay, so yeah, so I need to figure out... That's probably good. It looks neat. My kid is just called The Boy. Lasso looks a little jagged in some places. I've found it's not easy to get perfectly smooth curved lines out of the anchor points. Yeah, I mean, well, in particularly the back of it is purposely got some wiggle to it, and the front lasso is just, it's going to be what it is. I'm not unhappy with it. I mean, watching the original, it's obviously a smoother shape of the lasso, but it does all this like extra wiggling that doesn't seem very natural. But yeah, I think I'm good with it. It is hard. Like I'm, you know, right here, it kind of dips in. I could spend another like 2 hours just fine tuning that, but it goes by so fast. I don't think it's going to be a problem. One of the things that held me back the most from learning how to outline drawings digitally. Yeah, this is a different method than I would use for like on streams in the past. I've done like drawing characters and doing character models. We did like Reverse Flash, for instance. I will use the pen tool like I was doing for that, but it's a lot easier to. I've been drawing those, you know, human anatomy shapes, head lines and arm lines and leg lines and all that for so long that it's not. I'm pretty used to it by now, so they end up looking better, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we need to have. We need right when it starts doing that, so. Well, let me just see if I can do this. If we copy paste this onto over the top here. Oh, what is going on? That's not what I wanted to do. Just this, right? Yeah, okay. Copy this. Over the top, 3D. Copy the position of this. Yes, okay. I think. Why is it like half transparent though? Oh, my bad. Got it. And then, yeah. Bye, polka dot. But why is it so not shiny? Why is it so dark? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why the no, that shouldn't be it. Trying to figure out why the lasso is not does not look like the other lasso. Like, see, it looks way darker and worse. It has all the same effects as this does. So why does it look different? No. Any chance you'll bring back Vanishing Point? That was my favorite. Yeah, never say never. That's all I'll say. Maybe the blur is scaled depending on the material size it's applied to. Possibly. I mean, I'm turning off. It's the motion blur. There's no other blur on this besides that. I just don't get why it is not, like, it has all the same effects on it that the Wonder Woman, like the flattened Wonder Woman layer does. Don't get it. It's like it doesn't like the... Oh, I see what's going... Okay, okay. So, sorry, that took me a bit. The lasso layer, it has the shadow first, and then it's flattened, and then on top are all the effects. I'm trying to put the shadow on top of the effects, and that's why it looks like that. So I need to I'll cut the layer styles away. I will pre-compose this, and I will put them back on it in here. But I also need to copy the camera, because I always forget to do that. Now, why? Oh, because I took off all the effects. Huzzah! Okay, that's that's what I wanted this whole time. Was just to bring that front lasso like on top of the Wonder Woman animation and everything, so that I can wipe away everything beneath it. So okay, finally got that where I wanted it to be. But I will mess with this a little bit. There, that's pretty good. Doesn't need to be as high contrast. Whew. Okay, so now that I've got that, now I'm going to copy the camera again. Everything, this is lasso front. Everything below, so vignette stays, flare stays. Thank you for blessing me. Thank you, thank you. This will all be pre-composed. Yes. Why? Why did that not work? What's going on here? After Effects. Okay. Shouldn't the camera have the same motions? Yes. So why, when I do pre-compose... Okay, weird. It was doing a weird retiming thing. Okay, so now I should have this whole thing, but I will also want... In this, I want the, in the Wonder Woman animation, I want the front lasso to be off. So this is the whole thing without the front lasso or the vignette or the lens flare. Or the front lens flare. Perfect. And then we have the lasso on top, the flare on top of that, the vignette on top of that. Okay, so now I can start masking this away. I'm just going to do that keyframed. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, just as long as it's behind it. That should be, yep, okay, sweet. So, transparency, I'm subtracting that. I wonder if this... the side of here. Oops, I don't know how I get there sometimes. I don't see any problem with that, so I'm just gonna keep going. I put those layers inside the mask so that I just literally wipe everything away instead of leaving those to deal with later. Can we get a plant or person video for Mr. Wing? I think he's a plant. Will this be only used in this one video? No, we talked about this a little bit. I think I'm going to we're gonna reuse it for like big productions if the need arises. Okay, cool. Let's continue to wipe away via the lasso. Make sure that's still staying within the lasso. We're getting close. I might break after this. Either I might be done for today after Wonder Woman. This one took a lot longer than I thought it would. I haven't eaten much today, and I also it's only about an hour and a half till the wife gets home, and we'll eat dinner, and then I go record some stuff with Maddie. So I want to make sure that I don't just get caught in the middle. I want to like finish an entire character if we're going to start one. So, but I am pretty happy with this, how this is turning out. So just kind of a matter of just underestimated how long this one would take in particular today. But that's okay. I am the master of underestimating things, how long things will take. I like to promise quick turnarounds without necessarily being as feasible as I would have hoped. But again, that's okay. The product turns out good. I think this is going to be pretty cool. No, damn it. I guess I still have to figure that out. Ugh. I don't think I'll be putting these streams up on Pod Tower. I think these are just going to be staying here, or like, you know, visible while you're watching it right now. But if anyone like really gleans onto this and would like to see me do more kind of like pseudo tutorial kind of things on how I do some of this stuff, I do want to do like a visual effects breakdown for the story finale videos, like all 3 of them, because that was a lot of work. And it was a pretty interesting process if you ever want to see it. Let me finish getting through this, and then I will figure out what to do about that little tail at the end there. I enjoy these. I have them in the background as I do my own animation. Cool. That is my biggest fear with these, is like somebody like Mark, whenever Mark was watching me on the watching me Photoshop draw on the 24-hour live stream, and he was just like constantly like, oh, why don't you use this keyboard shortcut and all this stuff. And yeah, you're probably right. I should learn those, but I haven't. It does make life easier when you do learn the keyboard shortcuts, but I don't care, Mark. Leave me alone. Okay, is that the whole thing? Whole start of that? I think so. Now I just gotta figure out how the heck to deal with this. Okay, I'm just going to use the same method here of wiping away the background. Oops. Damn it. Wait, what? Why? I don't understand. This one. Oh. Oh, it just, okay, never mind, I got you. I got it. I was doing it right. Okay. Just starts on this frame is all. Okay, so now if I go back in here, we should have that tail gone. Oh, whoops. Cool. Okay. Whipping across. Gone. Everything is gone. Cool. And then we can put that over the top of Hawk Girl here in a second. But we'll also have to mess with the transition with Superman coming into this. Yes, I'm not gonna get on live tomorrow. Tomorrow is Ted Tuesday, correct? Yes, correct, Polka Dot. Okay, so we have the ending, and then the beginning needs to be. I wonder if the. So what happens in the original? There's the Superman lens flare starting as the Wonder Woman one fades in. So I wonder if I can just kind of fade them together. I think that might be all I need to do. Save. Wonder Woman. Let's rename this one Wonder Woman Done. Pre-comp 7. Turn that off. Full intro. Needs to be over the top of Hawk Girl. Let me turn the Superman one off. See if I can time this. Actually, what I need to time with is the Hawk Girl one. Wherever it starts is where the Wonder Woman one needs to start the lasso reveal. Gets one more frame. Yeah, you can start to see. I'm gonna wipe away to reveal Hawk Girl underneath. That'll be awesome. Okay, and then Superman. Yeah, I think I can just have Wonder Woman's kind of fade in here. Maybe about here. Opacity. Bring it down to 0. There's a Superman one end before that. Oh, that's the last frame of the Superman one. I'm so good. I'm so good at this, you guys. So now we should have that same relative effect of the lights blend together and you can just barely see Superman's cape at the end. Okay, I think we have the transitions between the characters figured out. So let's look at this whole Wonder Woman bit here and make sure everything looks right. And then we might be done for the day. Oh boy, God, I hate forgetting that the music is playing. Yeah, I know you guys can't hear that, but it suddenly blasts in my ears and I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Especially because like the lasso kind of comes in right where the cape line is. I like that. Just let it do its thing here for a minute. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. A little mundane, but I was going to work on it anyway, so I figured I might as well have you tag along and hang out. Definitely an interesting choice to have the lens flare for Wonder Woman be just like covering most of her face. But that's where it happens in the original, so I'm going to try to keep it that way. Yeah, I really like that. I really like that. Though the mask on that is for some reason a little weird. I'm gonna feather that by like 20 and maybe another, is that what direction I want to go? Yeah, maybe another like 15 or 10. Cool. Let it do its thing again. Yeah. Okay, so we have that Superman Sun transition, then we have the Hawk Girl swinging through. Sweet. Oh yeah, the shield is in like the same place as the sun. That's pretty cool, or pretty close anyway. Okay, let's let it do. So all we've got left is Batman. I'm sorry that I don't think we're gonna get to Batman today. There's a lot going on in the Batman one, and I think that it's gonna be too much for the next hour and a half. Like, we've been on. How long did it take us to do Wonder Woman? 6 hours, something like that. Is that a baby? You brought a baby with you? I did bring a baby with me. Alright, letting this render through the frames for the whole thing. We'll give it a couple watches here at the end. Adam, I assume you're still hanging out in here somewhere to see the 6 out of 7 characters done with music. 5 hours. Okay. That's not too bad. Kind of gives you guys a sense of how, I mean, a normal like Watchtower Database video essay, you know, I'm not spending this long on a 3-second shot of, or 2-second shot of Wonder Woman or whatever, you know, but kind of gives you an idea of like how much effort goes into this kind of stuff. Especially like our multiverse video, the Poison Ivy effects at the end with Data James, stuff like that. And everything that I've been working on for the finale, including this. So you guys better watch the story finale video, all 15 of you in here, is all I can say. Let this get through its thing. Watch it a couple times. Yep, says Adam. Okay, good. I figured you were. It's funny. I've never heard. I have so much RAM, such a good graphics card. I've never heard this computer go with the fans as much as it's been doing with this video. Okay, let's do some watching. Let's check this out. Funny, I've been so used to watching that with Wonder Woman still being the normal original one, so I'm just like anticipating that. It's like weird seeing it with an actual transition. Pretty happy with that. I might tweak Wonder Woman's background colors a little bit, not on the stream, but just watching it like that was like a little too dark maybe of a background, but we'll see. I'm going to play it a couple more times. Again, this is original music by Adam Mullen, our composer, and the drawings are by Marcelo Milikai. We still have to do the opening Batman shot and the closing group stance logo shot, but that'll probably be later in the week. I'll continue to work on other effect shots while Ted does his stream tomorrow, and we may come back later in the week. But I'll give another couple of goes here. Yeah, I think, I mean, it's a bluish green background that of the Wonder Woman chunk, so I want to keep it that way. But like, there's a lot of gold already on screen, but I think I just needed to make it a little. I might just do that right now while I'm thinking about it. Wonder Woman. It's in here, yeah. The background is just a little too dark. It just needs a little more color, I think. When I was a kid, I thought Hawk Girl's name was Hot Girl. Yeah, it's really easy to be like Hot Girl, Hawk Girl. I'm still using the back of my throat, the glottal stop, to say the K, but you really have to emphasize Hawk Girl. You can tell they did that on the show a lot. I'm sure they came up with against that problem a decent amount. Okay, I'm gonna let that render the Wonder Woman part again. I think I like that better. Not wrong technically. Agreed. Okay, cool. Play it again. Yeah. I don't know if you can hear the fans. Sorry, I forgot to set it back to this. I don't know if you can tell the like satisfaction if you're watching on my face as I'm watching that. It's well, this is one of those things where like there's so much time put into every second, every frame of this little animation as you've been following along with, that I am just it's one of those ones I'm going to be really proud to watch repeatedly. I'm going to play this a couple more times and then I got to call it a day. I got a couple of house-related chores to do before I run over and record stuff with Maddie all evening. So thank you, everybody, for coming on here. I'm going to play this a couple more times, like I just said, and then it'll be out. suck part. All right, one more time. Last time, I promise. I just can't stop watching this thing. Sweet. All right. Thanks again. I really can't wait to get to the last couple bits of this. I just want to see this whole thing completely done. I'm really liking how this is turning out. Thank you for joining me on this little adventure. I look forward to seeing everybody back for the last couple bits. Thanks for joining me. See you guys later. Bye.
Showtime, everybody!
Engagement.
They can talk all they like.
That means everything.
Don't forget that.
You heard it, folks!